people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thoughts, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, there is no formal communication by me, and so we'll move to item 3, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Thursday, 4th March 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, page 8, item 4, bullet 5. The Honorable Ebenezer Kujokum, the member for Ahanta West, as I indicated yesterday, is filled a leave of absence form has been transmitted to you in respect of his condition of health. And yesterday I requested that the proper thing be done, and unfortunately today he's been marked as absent without permission. If the correct thing should be done.
Table office to take note. Item 4, number 5 is absent with permission, not without permission. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Yes, Majority Leader.
The Speaker, in the supplement to the votes and proceedings, today you have, beginning from page 13, the meetings of the Appointment Committee. Speaker, arising out of these meetings, reports have been submitted and the House has engaged itself on the consideration of the reports and approvals have been given. Now, when we have done this, then the supplement from the committee comes. After the House has approved of the recommendations from the Appointment Committee. So I just want to plead that the officers from the Appointment Committee submit the supplements from the committee timeously to the table officers in order for them to be able to incorporate them in the votes and proceedings. Otherwise, anybody reads the votes and proceedings and comes to the conclusion that the plenary has considered and adopted some reports and approved nominations by the President, subsequently comes to discover the supplement relating to the meetings that occasioned the writing of the report. I think it's not in order. The chronology should be appropriately captured. The Speaker, that is my plea.
This definitely is to the Appointments Committee and the table office. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 16th sitting of the first meeting of the first session held on Thursday, 4th March 2021, as corrected, are adopted as the true record. We now move to item 4, business statement for the 8th week. Chairman, Business Committee.
The Speaker, I'm just going to make the point that our colleagues are not in the chamber. And information has just come to me that they are in caucus meeting. And Speaker, I thought that these are early days. We are in caucus. Yet today is a sitting day. Yesterday when we were leaving here, we said we were going to start meeting at 11. So that is irregular. But Mr. Speaker, I believe, as I said, these are early days. Communicate to me, communicate to the Speaker. Because the Speaker doesn't know what is happening. I don't know what is happening. And we're trying to make calls. The calls are not getting through. Maybe you are required to switch off your phone or operating phone. But, Speaker, it's important that we get these right. And, because the House must certainly be able to transact business. Speaker, having said so, I don't know whether, because many of them are the deputy whip would communicate whatever transpires to them. Alternatively, maybe we can give ourselves a short break if we have information from them as to when the meeting is going to end. Perhaps we can give ourselves about 10-15 minutes. Other than that, we can go on. But my colleague is up, so if you pass me, listen to him.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, ordinarily, thing should have been at exactly 2 o'clock because it was agreed yesterday that sitting begins at 11. So that is why we didn't give you prior notice, because we thought if we sit at 11 by 2 o'clock, maybe because there is no major business apart from the business statement and other things, we should have, the House would have again after 2. So the caucus meeting was slated at 2, and because we couldn't sit at 11, that is the more reason why we are still in the caucus meeting. Mr. Speaker, I was mandated by the minority leader to bring our sincere apology that in 5-10 minutes they will be here. So I should take the lead to come and represent the caucus while the business statement is going on. But because of the concern the leader is raising, I wouldn't mind if the House, or by the leave of Mr. Speaker, we may suspend for... Oh, you know these days we are not in normal time, so we go everywhere. If no, they were not in the meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, if it's either we seek your leave for the 10, we suspend for them to be here, or we can be going on with the business statement as they are coming, because we are about wrapping up. But because you're working, they said I should rush to come and notify the House. So it is not for any bad intention that we are not here. It is for the goodness of the House.
Well, a majority leader and honorable members, I'm tempted to suspend the House for 10 minutes. Because of their absence, we couldn't even go through the official report. So you realize I skipped it to business statement. And so if there's an indication that they will be here within 10 minutes, let's please suspend sitting for 10 minutes to accommodate them. I will be in the lobby. I will not move far off, but Let me assure members that the speaker is always ready. The speaker is always ready to come in, but business must be ready before the speaker comes in. And so sometimes that's what causes the delay. And today we have to go to sympathize with the family of our deceased colleague, the Deputy Clerk of Parliament, Robert Apodola. So that actually took us some time, and that is why we could not start sitting at 11 today. So with your kind indulgence, I take 10-minute suspension. The House is accordingly suspended.
them who's also a family member. And PD. And we're down.
That was status.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
Senior.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, item 4 on the order paper, presentation of the business statement for the A week. Chairman, Business Committee.
Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, Thursday, the 4th of March 2021, and arranged business of the House for the 8th week ending Friday, the 12th of March 2021. Speaker, the committee accordingly submits its report as follows. You may read any available communication to the House. Speaker, pursuant to sub 2, ministers of state may be permitted to make statements of government policy. Statements duly admitted by you, Mr. Speaker, may be made in the House by honorable members in accordance with Order 72. Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Order 75, papers for presentation to the House may be placed on the order paper for laying. Committee reports may also be presented to the House for consideration. Speaker, motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions will be taken during the week. Right Honorable Speaker, as indicated earlier this week, during the presentation of the business statement, His Excellency the President of the Republic is scheduled to deliver the message on the state of the nation on Tuesday, the 9th of March 2021, in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution. The Speaker, pursuant to the convention of this House, honorable members are urged to be punctual and accordingly be in the chamber tirelessly, as it may not be courteous for members to enter or exit the chamber after His Excellency the President has entered the House to deliver his address. Indeed, that would be a breach of protocol. Mr. Speaker, members will be communicated to about the actual time of presentation. Because of the fact that we have been meeting, we have been sitting at 2 o'clock lately, the President had assumed that the presentation will be done at 2 o'clock. And accordingly had scheduled some programs in the morning. So we will have some consultations with him and look at the time and communicate saying, the Speaker, by end of day today, to members and of course through the clerk of Parliament to you. For the time being, Speaker, we may take it that we sit at 2 in the afternoon. That is on Tuesday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday. If we have to change it, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we'll communicate saying through the clerk to Right Honorable Speaker. So I entreat members to disregard the time stated. The Honorable Minister Designate for Roads will be listening to me. I'm entreating you and those of you engaging in that sub-caucus meeting that you should disregard the time provided here. On Tuesday, the President will be delivering the State of the Nation address at 2 o'clock. If there should be any change in the time, it will be communicated to you. I believe because you didn't listen to me, if you went home, you'll not be able to tell your wife the time. And I believe you want your wife to be part of the presentation of the State of the Nation address. The Speaker, the Business Committee takes the opportunity to advise honorable members not to enter the guests unless, Speaker, you approve of saying, because of the circumstances of the times. Speaker, the address by the President will take place in the tent erected at the forecourt of Parliament. The Speaker, a motion to thank His Excellency the President for the message on the State of the Nation, as I indicated earlier, would follow just the day after. So it will be Wednesday, the 10th of March, 2021. The Speaker, in accordance with the practice of the House, the Business Committee recommends some time allotments for honorable members to make their contributions. The Speaker, the mover and seconder of the motion will be given, it's proposed for you to allot 25 minutes to the mover and seconder of the motion. Other members would want to contribute to be given or allotted 10 minutes each, and the winding up by the leadership, that is the two leaders, would attract 30 minutes. The allotment of time is to ensure that as many honorable members as possible are availed the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the message by the President, since only 2 days will be devoted to the debate due to the exigencies of the remainder of this meeting. The Speaker, again, as I indicated, the sittings on those, that is Wednesday and Thursday, would therefore, in order to create space for as many contributors as possible, it would start at 10. That is Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Those sittings will start at 10 and will carry on to 5 or 6, Speaker, according to your own strength and tolerance level. The Speaker, on the authority, let me say that the debate on the message on the State of the Nation is proposed to be concluded on Thursday, the 11th of March 2021. The Speaker, on authority of the President of the Republic, budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2021 is scheduled to be presented to the House on the 12th of March 2021. The Business Committee therefore urges honorable members to arrange their affairs in order to be present in the House on the said date. The presentation of the budget statement and economic policy of government will also take place in the tent. Right Honourable Speaker, a post-budget workshop is scheduled for leadership committees, vice chairpersons, ranking members, and deputy ranking members to enable them assimilate the contents of the budget. The workshop is expected to be held from Friday, that's the evening day on which the budget statement and economic policy will be presented to the House. Same evening, Friday the 12th, to Monday the 15th of March 2021 at the Volta Sabine hotel in the Volta region. Speaker, that will be the central place. Some other hotels would be made available to members and staff. Some neighboring hotels will be made available to members of parliament and members of staff. Members are expected to check in on Friday, the 12th of March 2021. Further details will be provided in due course. Speaker, again, the Business Committee entreats all members who are expected to participate in the workshop to avail themselves at the post-budget workshop. The committee takes this opportunity to give prior notice to honourable members that the debate on the budget statement and economic policy shall commence on Tuesday, the 16th of March 2021. Right Honourable Speaker, the Business Committee recommends that the House commences sitting each day at 10 and the Tuesday that I've already spoken to. It is hoped that this recommendation, if adopted, would enable the completion of scheduled business for the week, which includes debate on motions for approval of the nominees of His Excellency the President, as well as the presentation of the budget statement and economic policy of government. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 160 Sub 2 and subject to Standing Order 53, the committee submits to this Honourable House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Speaker, as I've said, those details have been set out on the business statement before us, and accordingly, I would not want to repeat them here, but the Housing Department to capture same and deem it as having been read into the House. The Speaker, I beg to submit. The Speaker, once we are that, I think it's important to announce for the information of all members of Parliament, staff of the Parliamentary Service and other auxiliary staff, including in particular the Police, Fire Service and MPs research assistants, that the COVID-19 vaccination exercise for Parliament would be conducted in the parliamentary presence by Parliament as follows. Tomorrow, Saturday, the 6th of March, and it will continue to Sunday, the 7th of March, 2021. The Speaker, the time for commencing the program is 10:30 to 4 p.m. each day, and it will happen at the dining facility of Members of Parliament, ground floor, Job 600 complex. The breakdown per category of persons is as follows. The Right Honourable Speaker and the spouse, not spouses, the spouse. Members members of Parliament and their respective spouses. But, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, plural, spouses plural, but in the implementation, one member, one spouse. Mr. Speaker, these are the recognized spouses with the parliamentary administration. I'm going to make sure that it's only those people who are registered. I will know some are spouseless, and those without spouses cannot pretend to be spoused. Mr. Speaker, the police personnel will also be part of this project, but they will come without their spouses. Fire service personnel without their spouses. the research assistants with this 8th Parliament. My information is that the research assistants, thus far, only 22 have been registered. What it means is that it's only those 22 people who will be allowed to submit themselves. The Speaker, we are all treated, and those research assistants will also come without their spouses. Speaker, we are all entreated to avail ourselves for this important exercise. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, you've heard the chairman of the business. Any comments on the statement he just presented to the House? Yes, Honourable Samson Ahi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader, when he was listing those who participate in the vaccination, I didn't hear him mentioning our drivers. And I think it is very, very important because if I am vaccinated and my driver is not, don't forget I will sit in the same car with my driver anywhere I go. And so it is very important that we consider including our drivers. And now, most MPs also have security personnel. But I understand they are also catered for by the security service. But those who have been deployed to Parliament, I mean our bodyguards, must be considered. And my last issue is on the research assistant. In the 7th Parliament, they accepted second degree holders, first degree holders with second class upper. This time around, we are hearing that, not officially communicated to us though, but we are being told that it is restricted to those with master's degree only. And this is the reason why you are just seeing about 25 or 6 who have been only 2, 22. We are, so I want to just plead that we stick to the 7th Parliament edition so that we can get our those with second class upper, first class, and then master's degree holders. Just to appeal to the Parliamentary Service Board to reconsider that decision to restrict it to only master's holders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my comment is on bullet 5, on certain times and extended sittings. I recall that in the last Parliament, one of the challenges we always had, and it was always a point of discussion, had to do with the times we start sitting. Usually there's always an advertised time that, for example, we are supposed to start at 10 o'clock. And you'll realize that people come into the chamber, they are in the chamber, hoping for sitting to start. And sometimes we have 2 hours, 3 hours, you realize that there's no communication and nobody knows exactly what is happening as to whether we are going to start sitting or we're not going to start sitting. So everybody's life and time for that day is motivated because of the fact that you have times that we do not follow. It is one area we must begin to start improving on. So that when we say 11 o'clock, as long as we have a quorum, let's start the sitting. That's the first part. The second part has to do with the hours we sit in the chamber. You all recall that on January 6th, because of the extended period we stayed in the chamber here, we had many colleagues who got infected with COVID. Just 2 days ago, we sat in this chamber for almost 5 hours, just seated here. I know that we need to make sure that government business goes on, but we must be alive to make government business to go on. And I think that as long as we still are within this particular period of pandemic, that's the COVID pandemic, let's also try to be mindful the period we stay in the chamber. Because we sit here, we have no anything apart from the air conditions. And we all know from science and from the literature that when you sit in an enclosed place, try as much as possible to limit the hours you stay here. And I believe that was why, Mr. Speaker, you directed that even with the appointment committee, who were even lower in terms of numbers, they shouldn't stay more than 2 hours. And we had almost 275 people locked up in this chamber for almost 5 hours. We just risked our health. And I think that it's an area that leadership should take due consideration on, and let's see how we can make adjustments going forward. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Abuja.
Right, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. When the leader of the House was outlining the groups that will take the COVID vaccine, I didn't specifically hear about the parliamentary press corps. Are they part of the vaccination in Parliament? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Also on the same vaccination, Mr. Speaker, you observed that when we took the test, even though just for members of Parliament scheduled for 3 days, not all of us were able to do it because of pressures. Now we've been told that only 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, including spouses and other category of staffs. Some members have already scheduled weekend programs and activities and may not even be in Accra. And this vaccination is not happening in all constituencies at the moment. The wish is that we could add Monday, which is a holiday, so members would have been returning Sunday evening and can participate in the last day, if it's possible for the majority leader to consider adding another day, which is Monday, a holiday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ablakwa.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I commend the Chairman of the Business Committee and Majority Leader for the presentation business statement. I rise to raise concerns about item numbered 4B, the post-budget workshop. The budget and policy statement of the government will be presented on the 12th, Friday, 12 March. On that same day, the Business Committee is proposing that the leadership of the House, including committee chairpersons, vice chairpersons, ranking members, and deputy ranking members, travel to Ho for the post-budget workshop the same day. We know that budget presentations do take considerable amount of time, and after there are media engagements and all of that. I will not put in too much pressure. I'm going to encourage late travel, which might not be too safe for honorable members. I would have thought that the majority would consider an early Saturday morning arrival so that we can fully complete the work on Friday, do all the post-budget discussions, and then early Saturday morning there is arrival, and then we get straight to work upon arrival. So if the majority leader can relook at that, just for the safety of honorable members, so we also do not impose too much stress and risk on honorable members. Then, Mr. Speaker, still on the presentation of the budget, I noticed that Friday, 12 March 2021 is the scheduled date for the presentation. As we speak, we have not vetted and approved a finance minister. On the 9th, we'll have the message of the State of the Nation address. So 9th is out. That leaves us with virtually only 2 days, the 10th and the 11th. I do know that the Honorable Finance Minister issued a public statement that he was traveling abroad for medical attention post-COVID complications. There's no indication that he's back. As a member of the Appointments Committee, we have not received any communication, and I'm wondering if we should expect another minister to present the budget statement. I don't know if the majority leader has any information to that effect. These are my two concerns, Mr. Speaker. Who presents the budget statement, and then whether we can take a second look at the post-budget workshop arrival of Friday 12th to Monday 15th March 2021. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, reading through the business statement on Friday, the fourth item, I see after statement, presentation of papers, and then we have in the annual report on the petroleum funds for the 2020 fiscal year. And Mr. Speaker, I do recall last week the business statement program to lay before us the composition of various committees. Yesterday it was on the other paper, but you did indicate to us that as a chairperson of the committee, you have not even seen the draft. So they should remove it from the other one, so the draft is given to you and then approval is given. I can't see anywhere in the business statement the laying of that report. So my issue has to do with, if you are going to present a paper on the petroleum funds for the 2020 fiscal year, which committee, Mr. Speaker, is going to commit this report to? Because there is no committee in place, and we are going to lay a report or present a report, and Mr. Speaker will refer the report to which committee? Another issue has to do with Mr. Speaker, Order 164 and then 163. We have a lot of issues. Some of us want to bring some complaints before Mr. Speaker. But the privilege committees have not been set up. So if, for example, today, I want to lodge a complaint, how can Mr. Speaker refer that complaint to the committee? And in case I raise the issue, and the fellow gets to know of my intention, the next day he will come to my house and just talking to me, Richard, go and draw the complaint, because before the committee is set up, I may be compromised. So to avoid such situations, I think we can put the cart before the horse. Let's in place before those reports and other issues can be raised on the floor. That's my issue. So having in mind the Article 110 and then Order 2, maybe let me read Article 1101. Subject to the provision of this Constitution, Parliament may, by certain orders, regulate its own procedure. Meaning we are masters of our own rules. And then Order 2 reads, except otherwise provided in these orders or in the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana,
These orders shall not restrict the mode in which Parliament exercises and upholds its powers, privileges, and immunities. So, Mr. Speaker, we are masters of our own rules, but there's no indication that we are going to vary this business statement. So I just want the chairman to give us a clarity on this subject matter going forward. Thank you very much.
Chairman, Business Committee, a lot of concerns have been raised. Could you kindly respond to them?
Mr. Speaker, the first issue is about letting drivers, bodyguards, towels for vaccination. See, I think that is a good suggestion, except as we know that the allocation that we have to Parliament is just about 2,000 for now, and the staff strength in Parliament is in the region of about 570, and the MPs 275. What it means is that if we have MPs and spouses, and staff, the space left for others will be eroded, which is why we are asking these key players, the members of Parliament, the staff, their spouses, and as I related to the police, fire service personnel, and research assistants, those of them registered, 22, to now submit themselves. That will exhaust the 2,000. Subsequently, the allocations that will be made would go to other people. Mr. Speaker, indeed, members of Parliament are allowed to cater for 4 of their children. They're not even including the children because of the limited numbers that we have for now. So when we have adequate numbers, certainly we extend to these people, including in particular the media personnel who are here with us. So certainly, Speaker, we're going to cater for all of them, except that realistically, the number that we have now, the number within the presence that we should be taking care of. The Speaker, the honourable member also asked a question about the qualification of research assistants. Speaker, the 7th Parliament stressed on 2nd degrees. Members came in to say that for a beginning, we should allow that, that going forward, then we shall comply. That was the understanding. So, Speaker, I think we should be careful with this. Research assistants worth the salt certainly will have to requisite qualifications. If you are not careful, members would perhaps insist that, well, this is a very experienced person in the research department that I've known, even though he doesn't bear any degree or certificate. Let me bring the person because I know him personally. That would be too much for us as a Parliament. So the eligibility and qualification criteria have been set, and I believe any of us going to your constituency certainly will discover one with the requisite qualifications. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure that I need to spend too much time on this. The second colleague raised issues about long sitting of the House. I think we should all be concerned. I'm not too sure that I agree with you whether you have conducted any research to say that the long sitting hours of January 6th caused an escalation of the disease in Parliament. My colleague, I think that statement should not be coming from you when it's not premised on any established fact. We are just mongering rumor. It's mongering rumor, and that should not be part of us. The Speaker, notwithstanding, I think we should be careful, and we should do serious introspection on this. The Honorable Abuja, I think I've answered the question that you asked in respect of the press call. Kofi Adam to us that we should consider including Monday. Certainly, if by Sunday we have not exhausted the vaccines, we may have to extend to Monday. But if by Saturday we're able to exhaust the 2,000, we can extend necessarily to Monday. I will look at it to see if there are some outstanding. Certainly, we may have to extend to Monday. The Honorable Kujeto is asking about traveling to Ho same day after the presentation of the budget. As I indicated, the budget is going to be presented in the morning, and it's hoped that by 12, latest one, will be through. That should enable us, latest by 3, 4, to begin traveling to Ho. If you have to stay overnight and travel to Ho the following morning, you know you get there already exhausted. Better travel in the evening and have some rest before the commencement of the business. The Speaker, the second issue that he raised, I guess I addressed that matter earlier in the week when I presented the business statement for this week. I don't intend to go there again, but just to restate the position. The Constitution does not place any obligation on any minister. It says the President shall cause the statement to be brought to Parliament. So any minister capable and able would have the charge to do it. The Speaker is rather what a fault, which seems to suggest that it should be done by a minister responsible for finance, not the Minister of Finance. Not the Minister of Finance. So any minister with responsibility for finance under the Speaker, the Honorable Champong also asked a legitimate question about the committees, the formation of committees. We're still consulting amongst ourselves, and the chairman of the Committee on Selection knows what the whips are doing. Speaker, we do hope that into next week, latest by Wednesday next week, the committees, the composition of the committees would have been concluded and a report would have been submitted for us to know where we are with the committees. We need to approve of same before the budget is read, in order for us to be able to commit the sectoral allocations to the various sector committees. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him that the proper thing should be done, and it will be done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, Business Committee, you left out the issue of whether the members of the Parliamentary Press Corps are part of the vaccination. You mentioned it. Oh, okay, sorry. Honourable members, I think at this stage, we take it that the business statement as presented by the chairman of the business committee with some inputs by members is see that the chairman of the appointments committee is not available. If not, we would have taken item 6 and then come to item 5, where I want to admit the making of some statements. And so, since he's not around, we have to handle item 5, statements. The first statement, in fact, comes in the name of many members of parliament because it's on the very important and current concern, that is on the issue of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex. You can add more. And the statement stands in the name of a number of members of parliament: Honorable Samuel Natijo, Honorable Andy Apia Kubi, Honorable Emmanuel Bejira, Honorable John Intim Fojo, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Honorable Kwiku Asante Boatin, Honorable Ellen Adjoa Intoso, and Honorable Francisca Otin. It shows the importance of the topic. And so I'm sure that the LGBTQI+ should make the statement. I can see Honorable Samuel Nate George on his feet. You may do so now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to read a joint statement by myself, the Honorable Andy Apia Kubi, Honorable Emmanuel Pedra, Honorable John Intim Fojo, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Honorable Kweku Asante Boating, Honorable Helen Adjoa Ntoso, and Honorable Francisca Oting on the opening of an advocacy office for QI+ rights in Ghana and the need for a strong national response. Right Honorable Speaker, as a nation, we were completely taken aback by news of the opening of a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex office here in our capital city on the 31st of January 2021. Mr. Speaker, in attendance at this event were some delegates from the European Union, the Australian High Commissioner to Ghana, Mr. Gregory Andrews, the Danish Ambassador to Ghana, Mr. Tom Noring, in a shocking, brazen disregard for the position of Ghana's laws on homosexuality. The European Union, on its official Facebook handle, advertised its participation in this event and reiterated its support for organizations supporting LGBTQI+ groups. This is nothing short of an open attack on the laws of our country, and such unfortunately irresponsible conduct cannot be overlooked. Its gloves. The sovereignty of this country must be respected and protected. Mr. Speaker, without mincing words and stating as a matter of fact, any action aimed at the promotion of LGBTQI+ activities in this country is illegal and a clear breach of our Constitution and criminal codes. Article 12(2) of the 1992 Constitution dictates the entitlement of all citizens to fundamental human rights and freedoms, subject to the respect for the rights and freedoms of others and most importantly, for the public interest. Article 39(1) of the Constitution further enjoins, and I quote, the state to take steps to encourage the integration of appropriate customary law values into the fabric of national life through formal and informal education and the conscious introduction of cultural dimensions to the relevant aspects of national planning. Our Ghanaian customary law views homosexuality, and does not in any way, shape or form support the promotion of the perverted alien culture of homosexuality. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, Section 104 of Ghana's Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29, as amended by Act 646 of 2003, criminalizes unnatural carnal knowledge. Section 104(2) of the Criminal Code states, and I quote, unnatural carnal knowledge is sexual intercourse in an unnatural manner or with an animal. The perverted actions of homosexuals, whether consensual or not, constitute a crime under Ghanaian law, as it is unnatural carnal knowledge of another. This is not the position of our law. This position of the law, Right Honourable Speaker, does not occur in a vacuum. It is a representation of our culture, traditions, religious and customary beliefs, and our morals as a country. Any attempt to depart from the current position of the law on homosexuality will be an unprecedented assault on the fabric of our tradition and culture and customs as Ghanaians. It will be an attempt to alter the very fiber and DNA of what makes us Ghanaian. The position of the several cultures and ethnicity within the jurisdiction of the Republic on an abhorrence for homosexuality is testament to its unacceptability to the vast majority of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, there are very concerned civil society groups such as the National Coalition for Proper Human Sexual Rights and Family Values, an amalgamation of Christian and para-Christian bodies, Muslim bodies, non-religious bodies, traditional rulers and opinion leaders in Ghana, and the Advocates for Christ Ghana, a Christian civil society group. These groups have condemned the opening of the LGBTQI+ office in Accra as an infraction of the laws of Ghana. The Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council, the National Chief Imam's Office, and the Catholic Bishops' Conference have all roundly decried the attempts to normalize homosexuality and advocate the change of our laws. These groups have further called on the government of Ghana to safeguard the laws of the country and resist attempts by any entity, local or foreign, to misinterpret and worse rewrite our laws that give due regard to the cherished culture and social values of the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, the moral fiber of our nation is at stake. Our very way of life as a people is under attack by these agents of perversion. The posterity of our long-held customs and culture are under siege by the vestiges of colonial imperialism looking for a foothold in our republic. We must dig in deep and defend that which gives us our identity as a people, our culture, our traditions, and our beliefs. Mr. Speaker, we live in a world where there is growing future generations because not only have we moved from accepting transgender, there are other evolving persons such as transracial, transabled, and even transnationals. The very institution of marriage is at risk if we do not stop this growing canker quickly. We cannot allow it to fester. We must, as a necessity, exercise ourselves of this vice. We must demand stronger legislation and a firm commitment from the executive to the preservation of our cultural identity as a nation, embracing heterosexuality and upholding the sanctity of marriage as a union between a man and woman. Mr. Speaker, in line with this, the six of us jointly making this step notice of our intention to jointly sponsor a bipartisan private members' bill to pass specific legislation by this august house to expressly prohibit and criminalize the practice or advocacy of homosexuality in Ghana. This bill will seek to further strengthen our legal jurisprudence and existing legislation on unnatural carnal knowledge to reflect the current state of affairs. It is our belief that all members of this House will support this bill when it comes before the House. We also hope to see action from the executive through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs calling to order all diplomats whose actions constitute an affront to our laws and sovereignty. In conclusion, we need to blot out this canker from our land. We are very certain of your respect for individual liberties as well as your love for our customs and tradition. It is on this basis that we call on you as the head of the legislative arm of government to make a firm statement on this raging national discourse. We are without doubt that the enormous respect you command, not just within Ghana, but across the world, based on your many years of meritorious service to humanity, would add great impetus to this fight of ours to preserve that which is just and that which is holy. The future of Ghana as we know it and the sanctity of marriage depends on us. May posterity remember us kindly for our stance in defense of what is virtuous and right. Right Honorable Speaker, we thank you for this opportunity to address this House on an issue of growing national concern. I'm grateful.
Honorable Member for Asin South, even though he's part of the caucus, wants to take it from another angle, and therefore he has submitted a statement on the same issue. So I allow him to read his statement before we open it up for comments from members. So, Honorable Reverend John Intim-Fojo, member for Asen South constituency, please, you may now make your statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement on upholding a resilient public morality standard in this land of our birth. Mr. Speaker, grounded on shared values of respect, dignity, equity, and morality, human rights exist for every human and are exercised within the context of the law. Article 11 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana posits that the laws of Ghana shall comprise the Constitution, legislation, subsidiary legislation, existing laws before 1992 Constitution, and common law. Article 11 further explains common law to include customary law of the land. In an ever-evolving world today, it is crucial for us as a people and nation state to take every step possible to safeguard the values and morals that fundamentally distinguish and determine our identity. Our Ghanaian society since pre-colonial era has a culture of morality and decency, and within our cultural and traditional context, the practices of lesbianism, homosexuality, and other related practices of LGBTQI have long been held as abomination and unreservedly so detested. The concept of family for us as Ghanaians has always been and will always be initiated by marriage between a man and woman. Mr. Speaker, I strongly emphasize that the fact that some jurisdictions recognize certain ways of life as acceptable standard may not necessarily make it acceptable in another jurisdiction. Globalization is purposed to augment the strength and values of states, certainly not meant to compromise the cultural and moral values therein. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Ghana clearly prescribes homosexuality, lesbianism, bestiality, and such acts that defy the core tenets of our beliefs, values, customs, and traditions. As on the cultural objectives of Ghana, Article 39(1) of the Fourth Republican Constitution of Ghana clearly states, and I quote, "Subject to clause 2 of this article, the state shall take steps to encourage the integration of appropriate customary values into the fabric of national life through formal and informal education and the conscious introduction of cultural dimensions to relevant aspects of national planning." End of quote. Article 39(2) further indicates, and I quote, "The state shall ensure that appropriate customary and cultural values are adapted and developed as an integral part of the growing needs of society as a whole, and in particular that traditional practices which are injurious to the health and well-being of the person are abolished." End of quote. Fortified by Article 39 of the Constitution, stated, I strongly contend that the practices of homosexuality, lesbianism, and bestiality
are potentially detrimental to the health and well-being of persons who may engage in such acts, and accordingly must be deemed as inappropriate practices by the peoples of Ghana. Furthermore, Section 104 of the Criminal Offences Act 1960 at 29 prescribes unnatural carnal knowledge. Mr. Speaker, some activists have contended that the provision of unnatural carnal knowledge is anachronistic and no longer sufficient to adequately address the emerging trends of LGBTQI matters in the country. Therefore, that school of thought is urging further strengthening of the laws to make them more robust, more encompassing, and more stringent in dealing with the practices of LGBTQI. Among religious faith and very traditional and customary values across the country, an overwhelming consensus is established on the position of the nation in utter rejection of the practices and advocacy of LGBTQI, in conformity with the customary law and tenet of faith in respect of public morality. Contrary to the individual idiosyncrasies, the persons practicing LGBTQI are born so to exhibit LGBTQI tendencies. Many credible research findings have converged on the conclusion that no biological basis accounts for LGBTQI orientation and that LGBTQI is a socially applied lifestyle. We live in a majoritarian society with consensus on customs and acceptable standard of public morality, which consensus has determined the practices and advocacy of LGBTQI by the relative minority in society as incongruent with our norms. The position of the President, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in line with upholding the laws of Ghana against the pressures of LGBTQI, has been made without equivocation, just as was made by some, particularly President John Ejekun Kufuor and President John Evans Atamils. While I commend the security agencies for their efforts in the closure of the LGBTQI office in Accra, I hereby call for a sustained and effective collaboration among all relevant stakeholders to curb the threat to our public morality. Mr. Speaker, may I conclude by urging this august House respectfully to build consensus on the consideration of a possible private member's bill to provide greater clarity and unambiguity to prescribe the practices and advocacy of LGBTQI in line with our customs and values as a people. Mr. Speaker, I am indeed grateful.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, this statement has been admitted under Order 72 of our standing orders. Therefore, I will invite comments, but the comments should not proceed more than 1 hour. In the meantime, I call on the Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. I'll be back to give my position on the matter. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Speaker, following the statement was just admitted and delivered, and also the fact that we don't have any outstanding matter on the order paper, I wish to seek your leave if we may allow, because particularly it's a matter that has a huge public concern, if you may allow 4 contributors on both sides.
Available leader.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I am in full support of what the majority whip had said, considering the fact that this is a joint statement. The first one was a joint statement by members of both sides, and the second one was a particular statement on the matter from the member for Asin South. And therefore, I think that we should allow members enough opportunity to express their views. And the views of this House, Mr. Speaker, is the views of the nation. And so I support that as many as enough members are given the opportunity to speak to the issue. Thank you.
So, honorable members, we've agreed on 8 contributors. Am I right? Is it 4 contributors?
Mr. Speaker, indeed, 4 from either side plus leadership. Yes.
So the 4.
So 4 from each side, which makes 8. Okay. Honorable member for Boko Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me commend the makers of the statement for bringing such an important matter to the floor of this August House and making a statement on it. So, Speaker, it's a matter that has been widely discussed in the media, and people of all walks of life have had a bite. But I believe that today we'll hear from members of this House. But I just want us to contextualize the statement, because I hear 2 statements. There's one statement that speaks to the issue of a group forming an association to advocate for LGBT rights to be recognized in Ghana. And I hear another statement which speaks to LGBT practice itself. And so we need to be careful what we are discussing. In my opinion, the first statement, which speaks to the issue of the formation of an association to advocate the issue of LGBT rights, borders essentially on the question of freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of assembly. That is what we are talking about here. We are not talking about LGBT. You may not like a certain view. You may not like a certain practice. But our Constitution recognizes freedom of speech, freedom of belief, freedom of conscience. And so the question is, do people have a right to form an association for a certain position to become accepted by the laws of Ghana? Do they have that right? And I take a position, and I stand to be challenged, that we need to be careful to distinguish between the freedom to speak about something, the freedom to advocate that we should accept it, as against the thing itself. The law prohibits unnatural carnal knowledge. So you cannot engage in unnatural in this country. And you have no right to engage in unnatural carnal knowledge in this country. And so you cannot seek protection for it. But if you think that you want to advocate for it,
and you form an association to engage in the advocacy, I take a legal position that you cannot stop people advocating for something to be recognized by the law. If you stop people from advocating for something to be recognized by the law, at that point you are transgressing, you are stepping on freedom of speech. And you cannot stop people from coming together to say they want to advocate. At that point, you are stepping on freedom of association. That is what I have issued with, and I have spoken on radio several times, and I have said that let's ask ourselves those fundamental questions, and then the fact that a view is not popular. Gay lesbianism is not a popular view in Ghana today. So, because it's not a popular view today, should we punish anybody expressing that view? No. For expressing that view. But you can punish him for practicing it. If they practice it, you can arrest them, you can prosecute them, and they have no defense if it is proven beyond reasonable doubt that that is what they are doing. But if they say they want to open an office, they want to draft a bill, they want to come and meet the parliamentary caucus on gender and others, and to present an argument why we have gotten to a point in Ghana where they feel that such a position should be accepted by the laws of Ghana, that cannot be stopped. Stopping that is a clear violation of our own constitution. So let's be careful. Today, it is gay, lesbian, transgender position that is unpopular, and you are criminalizing and punishing it. Tomorrow, something that today is perfectly legitimate can also become an unpopular position. And then we will say we want to punish those who share that view. So I know that this is a very unpopular position to take, but I take a position that let's separate freedom of expression, let's separate freedom of belief, let's separate freedom of association and the practice of gay, lesbian, transgender, and the criminalization of gay activity. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, indeed, and I challenge people to go to our courts on this matter. Our own law, Section 99 and 104 of our criminal code, it is proscribing unnatural carnal knowledge. And the same criminal code defines what unnatural carnal knowledge is. It says that unnatural carnal knowledge is where there is penetration. Okay? So it means that unless you're able to prove penetration, you can't really punish anybody for anything. And so in other jurisdictions, they have tried to change the law to prohibit everything else that is associated with gay and lesbian activity. Now, if you don't amend the law, exactly. So the issue then is the law says that where there is unnatural carnal knowledge, and unnatural carnal knowledge is where there is penetration. Now the question is, where some people live together, but you can't prove that they are penetrating each other's, now and then. I can't say it. They are penetrating each other's unnatural areas. Mr. Speaker, it becomes difficult. I say, people see people walking in the street and holding each other in a certain way. They hold each other. They are violating the laws of Ghana. There's no law that prohibits two men holding their hands in a certain way. And there's no law that prohibits two women holding their hands anyway. Indeed, lawyers have an issue whether or not between women there can be penetration. And if between women there cannot be penetration, because our law says there has to be penetration for there to be unnatural carnal knowledge. The question is, can you say that the practice of lesbianism between women is criminalized by our laws. Because we will have to stretch the definition, which definition is already provided for in the criminal code. So if we want to prohibit it, then this House must come together and propose legislation that adequately captures the practice of gay and lesbianism and then prescribe it. Otherwise, as it is now, I can assure you that the lawyers in this chamber know that it will be difficult for you to prosecute a woman for lesbian activity, and it will be difficult for you to even prosecute men for gay activity unless you have actually caught them feely, you know, where there is communication. Mr. Speaker, so I want to set the framework that should inform the discussion that will take place in the chamber today, so that we can, as a House, you know, be careful about what is being said out there and what indeed is the law. And if we want to pass a new law that captures what we want to prescribe as a country, we can do so. So that closure of the office, that thing that happened, if indeed the security agencies involved in going to close that office, I believe that there was an infraction of fundamental human rights. And no, please, you may not like it. They are meeting to advocate. But then what you do is also create your own platform to advocate the contrary opinion. And I think that that is what needs to happen as a country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bedra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me, first of all, thank you so much for admitting this statement at this crucial moment in our history. Mr. Speaker, the nation has come to a crossroad where we accept cultural norms and practices that are alien to our culture, or frown on cultural practices and norms that are alien to our cultural practices.
Please, order.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. In some jurisdictions, this statement will not have been admitted. But in our context, that's been admitted because the practice of LGBTQI+ is alien to our culture. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, was interviewed. And I want to say what he said. He was asked about his opinion about this topic. And he asked a question: have you ever seen a male goat or a male cow chasing a male goat, a female goat or a female cow? If you have seen that, that becomes unnatural. Unnatural in the sense that God, from the beginning, whether you believe in God or not, did not create it so. Creating a man and a man to have carnal knowledge. God created us to have a man and a woman to know each other, as the word of God says. So for a man to, says that I'm marrying or my wife, shows clearly that this is unnatural and therefore is an alien to the culture, practices and norm of this country. I'm happy that His Excellency the President also came out to say that in his government or during his tenure in office, he will not allow the marriages between two same sex. That has given us comfort to know that we are all against these unnatural consequences. Mr. Speaker, I don't know of any of a member of parliament in this house that will boldly stand out today to declare and support that I am a gay or lesbian that I sleep with a man or I sleep with a woman as a woman. If any of us here can boldly stand up and declare that it's a gay or lesbian, the person should do so. Mr. Speaker, the person should own up and stand right now for us to recognize it. We have come out as a coalition of parliamentarians who are against practices being imposed on us. And Mr. Speaker, our desire is that we will bring a private members bill to this house to a collective decision that there will be clarity in our laws, that our colleague will not be seen to be asking for human rights. We are saying this human rights frowns on our rights as well. And therefore, as a members of parliament, we are asking all our colleagues to support this private members bill. That when it comes, we should all support it, so that we put the hammer on the nail and for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity.
Honorable Member for Trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on the statement made. And Mr. Speaker, to say that for me, and as far as I am concerned, and I know it is the concern of everybody here, we will not allow what is not right before the Lord God Almighty. Man, as the Bible said, was created by God. In the image of God, He created us. And God created us male and female. God created us male and female. Genesis chapter 2, 18 to 24. Mr. Speaker, after God has created the woman, God took the woman to the man. And the man said, "This is flesh of my flesh, the bone of my bone." And because of that, we call her a woman. It was after that that God said, because of this, the man shall leave the father and the mother and get cleave unto the wife and become one flesh. The Bible did not say that the man will leave the father and the mother with another man. The Bible did not say that. Mr. Speaker, ever since we stopped upholding the tradition and the cultural usage of our forefathers, a lot of things have gone wrong in this country. When we were young, there you go through a river wearing sandals. There you go through a river going to urinate or eat yourself closer to a river. And our forefathers were able to preserve our natural resources. We came to meet them. Any traditional cultural behavior of our forefathers that is so good and biblical must be supported. And that is why when you go into our constitution, Article 270 enjoins this country and all of us to uphold our chieftaincy together with Feast Traditional Council, our customary laws and usage. Let's go back to our customary laws and usage and find out whether our customary laws and usage allows this behavior that we're talking about. Speaker, let's go back to our history. We know where we are coming from. As Ghanaians, our customary law and usage, where is it written or practiced that a man will sleep with another man or marry another man? Where? It's a taboo. It's a taboo in this country. You cannot even mention it.
cannot. And therefore, we will not allow that regardless. We won't allow anybody to think that a sovereign country of ours like this will succumb to anybody to that extent. It will never happen. It will never happen. And for me, I am rather expecting that whatever the lawyers will put across, call it the Criminal Code 1963, if it has outlived its usefulness and outdated, let's go back to that law, do the strong amendment to them, and criminalize these activities that are inhuman. As for when you go to the jungle, the animals don't behave like this. Go to the jungle, a Chelsea warfare, go there and see if you see a grass cutter or an antelope male mounting another male. It doesn't happen. And as human beings, we must uphold our culture and tradition and uphold the principles of God and make sure that the good face of God will lead this country to wherever we want it to be. Our forefathers, this was not part of their vision. Let's go back to the history. It's not part of their vision. And we will allow that. It should not even come anywhere near this prisons of parliament anywhere, so that we say we are about it. Rather, we should strengthen the laws, criminalize all those things, and make sure that we will go ahead with it. Nothing will happen when they told us, Mr. Speaker, when they told us that we should make a law to ensure that government will do zero borrowing from the Bank of Ghana. We said no, we made it 5%. What happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. It's a sovereign country, and we must live with that. And I know the Lord God Almighty will see us through, and nothing happen. So we are against it. I am against it, and no honorable members who are here against it. And as Honorable Bedra said, one of us will own up. None will get up. Because we know that it doesn't happen in the life of human. It doesn't. None will get up. Therefore, we stand against it. And we know we stand against it. And let's also give the support to our president, our government, or whatever. This is a national matter. It has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with our customary law and usage. It has to do with our belief. And we will allow this to happen again. I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank those who made the statement. God bless them.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Temari North.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very exciting motion that has been ably put together by our colleagues. Mr. Speaker, let me state that I support the call for homosexuality to be explicitly made criminal. And I say explicitly because the argument about whether or not it's criminal still resides with our lawyers and judges, given the criminal code description of what is supposed to be criminal. So I wish to first of all, Mr. Speaker, state my full support to make this practice, which the good books describe as abominable, indeed criminal. But Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw attention also to what I find to be problematic with the discourse on how to go about making this practice criminal. Mr. Speaker, I listen to Muslims speak, I listen to Christians speak, I listen to lawyers speak, and I listen to the Human Rights Act. And I get the sense that we all seem to be advocating for one thing, but from different standpoints.
Mr. Speaker, as a Muslim, it will be unheard of for one to support this practice and still call himself a Muslim. As a Christian, it will be abominable for one to support this practice and still claim to be a Christian.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, it will be, I think, a dereliction of duty for a human rights activist to speak about this without pointing to human rights violations. It will also be a dereliction of duty, once again, for a lawyer to speak about this without pointing to the gaps that exist in our laws. But in doing so, let those arguments not be confused sometimes to mean that some are for and others are against. Mr. Speaker, let us be very careful and clear. And what we want as a people of faith, in my view, is that we do not want to encourage the practice in this country. It is religiously abominable and traditionally unacceptable. It culturally does not fit with us. But Mr. Speaker, just as this is considered unacceptable, so is armed robbery, and so are other vices in our society. Mr. Speaker, I do not think that it will be fair for an armed robber, or anybody will consider it fair for an armed robber to be arrested and be denied his human rights or her human rights. The right to be treated with dignity. The right not to be lynched. No matter the crime that one commits, even as a criminal, one is still entitled for his human rights not to be a criminal, but to be a human of dignity to still be preserved. So for me, when I listen to human rights activists, what I hear them say is, yes, we want it to be criminal, but it does not mean, even in its state, when some people say unnatural canal knowledge is criminal, it does not mean when you find a criminal, you stone the criminal to death. It does not mean when you find a criminal, you beat him to death. You beat him to death. It does not mean that when you find a criminal, you expose that criminal to bodily harm. That for me is what I want us to understand. That yes, let's make it criminal, and let us ensure that the law works, but let us also understand when people say that criminals have rights. Saying criminals have rights does not mean they have the right to be criminals or they have the right to practice the crime. But it simply says that when a policeman arrests them, don't begin to slap them. It simply says that when you find a pickpocket, don't lynch him. Because you see, we have examples in this country where mistaken identity. People have suffered from mistaken identity. So once you encourage human rights of people, the right to dignity should be met with this kind of violence. You never know when somebody will be mistaken to be a homosexual and beaten or clubbed to death unfairly. When you let people feel that once somebody is tagged a gay, all his human rights are lost. He can be beaten, he can be stoned, he can be killed. You never know when wrong identity will lead to somebody you care about suffering unjustly. You never know. So let us separate the discussion about making it unlawful, explicitly stated, majority of us, if not all of us, are for it. As Christians, as Muslims, as people of faith. But Honorable Ayaga has also raised a fundamental issue of associations. It will range us to pass a law that says that people cannot assemble and people cannot have their freedom of expression. And I point to what here, the right to information. People came together to advocate for the right to information. But not all those who came together to advocate for the right to information to be beneficiaries of that law. So that tells you that we must be careful in fighting this so that we do not make laws that will enable us from coming together to advocate for causes we believe later in future. Just because we do not believe in homosexuality, we go about passing a law that criminalizes assembly to advocate for a cause we believe in. I do not think that those people who come together to form these associations must be supported, they must be discouraged, they must be disbanded immediately. But let us focus more on sending a message clear to anybody who attempts to come together that this country will not tolerate it, better to advocate for it. Mr. Speaker, with this view, we call on all to support the motion when it is finally tabled, to enact a law that is explicitly banning homosexuality and contribute, not just support that law, but contribute to ensure that it never happens in this country as suggested some time ago that it is bound to happen.
Honorable Member for Asokore Fijasis Asokore.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to first of all commend all those who came together to make this state possible this evening. Mr. Speaker, I will take these issues in various perspectives. I will end a bit on a very controversial note, looking at the medical perspectives as well. But I first of all will say I condemn it outrightly, and so much the President for his position, that this will not happen under his tenure. Last year, we were privy to a group that intended to have had a conference of LGBTQI whatever in Ghana. That was not possible. It was supposed to have been in July, I understand. And that firmly shows the commitment of government that at every stage they are opposed to the association and, for that matter, the operation of such a group. You are also worried that sometimes when you have a certain government in the U.S. who are social democrats, and for that matter, we have some social democrats, union all over the world, but a certain government takes over and want to push certain agenda. It's worrying. And then you have a new regime in the U.S., social democrats, or I'm sure my friends here would understand it better. They want to push this agenda. I'm so much happy that our fellows who are social democrats don't believe in this, and they vary so much with their contemporaries in the West. That's fine.
That shows that as a people, we are bound by our religion, religious positions, cultural positions, and many more. Maybe we would look at it also from some point. I may sound a bit controversial. It may be issue of race, but I'm sorry, probably it's a practice of the whites as such, and we are blacks or brown, and we will stick to our values and our principles. I'm sorry about that again, but that is how I feel. Mr. Speaker, I think those lawyers here also would side with me that the common law and international law is, in terms of human rights, make restrictions to freedom of association to a point, especially when it borders on public safety. I don't believe that we would always allow for the Association of Organized Crimes, Criminal Armed Robbers Association of Ghana, and this Association of Ghana, and co. Yes, the law may give them the right to speak and the right to associate. But I'm sure there's a certain restriction in the space of freedom, either by association. Currently, I think the actions of this group are injurious to society and their exploitation, and it puts their safety at risk. And for that matter, restricting them is in line with the practice of common law international human rights exploitation as it is. Because you are saying that if it borders on public safety, there could be a way that you can restrict it. Yeah, I think the actions are bordering on public safety, and they are all at risk because we don't succumb to it by virtue of who we are, where we come from, and what we do. And for that matter, it is right for them to be clamped down. It is right for us to try so much to keep them where they are. It is right in their own interest. I am looking forward to a time that probably we can prosecute some of them. Because I've had times in the people could be arrested or put in cells for reasons that when we leave you, you are going to be harmed by the public. So it's better we incarcerate you or we put you behind bars for their own public safety. But another contentious part that I would want to end this note on is a very part of me that, as much as we have condemned and understand, and I will always condemn this, is a conflict in my mind. This is a conflict, Mr. Speaker. There are times that you would give birth to kids, and hormonal expressions may be more in some than others. There is a balance of what we call hormonal activity. You may have a child that you give birth to, the child may have more estrogens expressing as a female, but the guy is a male. They may have a time that you may have a lady, but may have a lot of male hormones. That makes her look malish. Our system don't have support systems to be able to help those mothers I feel for. Naturally, there are those percentage, about maybe 1% of those people who are engaged into what I would call these reckless practices. There are about 1% of them. But naturally, by virtue of birth, the hormonal expressions in them, they are male. But estrogens may be more, it makes them a bit feminine. And they tend to be more attracted to the other side. Yet our social welfare system, our social practices, don't come to the aid of mothers. You may have your own child, it's a girl, have a lot of testosterone, look very malish. And the mothers and fathers are left to their fate. So I think there are just a few of them that parents will need support in a way to see how to help their kids to be better people and not to be swayed by these people and their factors. But in conclusion,
I support the position of my colleagues that we outright condemn it, and I commend the president for always saying that this will not happen under his tenure. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the space you gave me to make this small or this short intro. Thank you very much.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. Gender. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statements ever made by Honorable Sam George and Honorable Intim Fodjo. Mr. Speaker, lesbianism and gayism is a threat to our national security. Why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? Recently, when it was said that an office was open for gayism and lesbianism, people were threatening to go and burn down the office. As our colleague, Honorable Ayga said, that when people see two men holding hands, because they know that it's a taboo in this country, they sort of try to lick them. So it's a threat to us as security, national security, and our practices and norms in this country. Mr. Speaker, even animals know that when they want to engage in sexual activities, a male animal will not go for a male animal, a female. So if our laws abhors a natural kind of knowledge, the Bible also supports that. So when you read Leviticus 18:22, it says, "You are not to have sexual relations with a male as you would with a woman. It's detestable. It is detestable in the sight of God." I quote our former, the late President Mills, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, when he was asked about his view about gayism and lesbianism, what he said was that the Bible is unambiguous, that what is right, and what is wrong is wrong. We know that in this country, this practice should not happen. It is wrong. It is detestable. And at the book of Genesis, in the days of Lot, this was what was being practiced. And the Lord said, "It is detestable in my sight." So he had to, burn down Sodom and Gomorrah. We shouldn't sit down as a country to look on for this to happen, because it does not please God. We do not want what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah as a result of this practice to happen in Ghana. So it's about time we get up, stand up as legislators. We know that our people out there are talking about it. It's about time members of parliament will also rise up to condemn this detestable act that's being practiced by people that some of them, when you look at them, because we know some of them, they look so respectful, but inwardly, what they are doing is very wrong. Mr. Speaker, what is happening in this country is that the youth are being promised travel opportunities and money. So they are luring our youth into practicing this because, one, they want money, and two, a promise of travel opportunities. But Mr. Speaker, an honorable, my colleague said, we should not see these people as not our brothers or sisters, because anybody that has a problem, that person will have to be helped. We look at the physical aspect of it, but then we should consider the spiritual aspect of it. And the spiritual aspect is that when a demon enters a human being, the demon does what it desires. So when a demon enters a human being, the human being performs a dual personality, at times multiple personality. So it is not their fault. They are being manipulated by evil spirits that have entered them. So what we need to do is to sympathize with them. They need counseling. They need to be counseled. We've got to pray for them, so that these demons that have entered them, and therefore they have dual personality or multiple personality, are cast out. And when that is done, we will have our peace in this country. Mr. Speaker, so when we find somebody who is practicing lesbianism, we should pray for them. We should sympathize with them. They need counseling. They need help. We should help them and see them as our sisters, see them as our brothers who need help, and then help them. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable member, which constituency?
Aja Soto.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I'm very, very happy for this opportunity. I was hoping to discuss this issue has been brought up today. So without a choice, I have to talk about it. I was hoping that Ghana as a country would give very little credence or time to this topic, which is now bedeviling the nation, which is our gay rights related issues. I will talk a bit from a different standpoint, which is history, in terms of how other nations have arrived at where they are now. There was a time when this was considered largely a mental health issue in the Americas, in the sense that the American Psychiatric Association considered it as a mental disorder in the domain of behavioral sciences. But things have changed because of research. Things have changed because of advocacy. Things have changed because the issue stays with us as human beings. I would only sign a word of caution to our country, in the sense that as we've started discussing this issue, who knows, 50 years from now, the mindset of the country may change. Who knows? That is why I am signing caution that we have to, as a nation, think faster, give this a much serious consideration, so that we don't talk based on feelings, but rather very well thought out, very researched, both scientific and spiritually. I have heard some arguments today, Mr. Speaker, and some have been largely in the domain of religion, which I very much support. However,
important, as my other colleague rightfully stated. Some family members bring forth children who, one way or the other, lean in that direction. And I think when they talk from experience, there's no parent in Accra, Ghana, or in anywhere in Ghana who would encourage their child to pursue that path. But some have gone through the and can't seem to understand why their children, of all the many wonderful choices, choose that path. And I will support the path of making sure that we have institutions that can address this matter both psychologically, from the mental health standpoint, and then spiritually through counseling. We cannot assume men and women to have absolute knowledge with regards to this topic being discussed today. And I hope that as we move forward, our thinking should be on how to bring about societal institutions that can handle this issue. In terms of training more mental health specialists, in terms of making sure that there's room for counseling at an early age, as early as, who knows, 11 or below. This is what I hope we think about for the future, because this issue clearly has come to be an issue of the world, has come that keeps popping up or coming up. And I think it is appropriate that we start putting in measures, be it legal, be it health, whatever ways and means to address this issue as we approach it day in and day out. And in trying to end, I'll urge all of us to make some good time to research how some nations, some states have arrived at where they are, and to prevent as a nation, if I may end, to prevent us in arriving there. We better act as a nation now to address this issue early enough so that it doesn't not well prepared. And in summary, I think I support my colleague who said we still need to protect their lives. And I would encourage us to make sure that even if they are found, society does not have a right to take their lives or brutally victimize them. Because I've seen some videos which are horrible in terms of acts perpetrated on people who were caught or probably involved in such acts. That is the only thing I'll plead, that we make sure that as we discuss their life style and their life, we ought to see how best not to take anybody's life because of they may have chosen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the issue that is being discussed on the floor is being discussed as if it's yet something that is to come down. No, it's been there. The practice has been going on. Mr. Speaker, in 2015 thereabout or 2016, we were called to a meeting by a particular ambassador. I was in the company of some of us here. They are not here for now, and because of that, I do not know. It's not the best to mention their names. When we went there, and I am telling you, if you see the young men, ranging from about between 22 to 30 years, very, handsome, very nice looking, as a mother, I want us to take an in-depth look at the issue. What they are seeking and what they discussed with us was legalization. And the first thing they wanted us to do for them, even if they hadn't gotten that legal ground, was about their health. Mr. Speaker, I'm not adding and I'm not subtracting. What they were interested in was that when they went to hospital, they should be treated just like any other woman who would have gone with fistula. And any persons who have, excuse my language, have sex through the anus, Mr. Speaker, which is not, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying these things for because I'm making a presentation that I want the difficulty we are faced with and what we should be looking at. Whether you like it or not, you would have the openness of that canal in such a way that your stool, that is what the doctors and the medical people call it, you cannot control it. It cannot be controlled, Mr. Speaker. So because of that, as they move, as you see them, basically all of them are wearing. And when they get the tag, once they cannot control it, they go to the hospitals to seek the same treatment and care as women who, during birth, had that problem of fistula, where they got torn up to the lower part and have to be supported. Mr. Speaker, in this country, much as I appreciate that there are doctors who treat fistula, we have only one in the central region which actually takes care of women, and it's quite expensive. Now these people also want to be given that opportunity. From which account is the question, and where are we going to get those doctors from? Mr. Speaker, I observed one thing from that meeting and from individuals that I have heard of. One, Mr. Speaker, they have psychological problems. Psychological in the sense that some of the ladies whom you see saying they are lesbians have actually ever had issues of rape, which have scared them from men. So have they complained. Some of these boys who are gay, who have been born with some high type of hormones in them, that makes them, whether we like it or not, behave and want to rather associate with men and not women. 3, some of them are hermaphrodites. And indeed, hermaphrodites, most of them, because they haven't had that counseling, because they don't have that care, because they have not been accepted as such, they tend to try to link up with those that they think accept them. One of them to look at to make sure that education is given, counseling is given, people are spoken to, and where do some of these things start? Mr. Speaker, whether we say it or not, it's a fact, it's our institutions, especially our secondary schools, our colleges, and what have you. I am saying this without a shred of doubt because this issue of sweetie, which has existed in our system for centuries, has pushed some people to believe that if they are with their colleague girls, especially, if they are with their colleague women, it's better for them. Our institutions should be looked at. Boys who will try to practice or want to just try have also gone into it. And when they come out of the institutions now, they find it difficult to get out of it. Mr. Speaker, the question is not only criminalizing it, but stopping it. Because as we talk, maybe when I went for the meeting, I saw not less than about 15 of them. And I can assure you, I know where even some of them work. And I know them. But it's like an infectious disease. Can we tell those that have been able to lure to join them? No. So, how many are in the system? Now, we have this job we have to do as legislators. Criminalizing it, I have no problem, because of our laws, because of our culture, because of our traditions, and the respect our religion. It's not acceptable. If in certain cultures, people can say that why should a man marry two? No practice, and they can imprison a man for practicing polygamy. And nothing happens to those countries, and those countries have no problem. Why should we in Ghana accept what our culture does not? What our laws frown on? Mr. Speaker, all I want to say is that let us look at it in detail. Let us also talk to parents. If you have a baby girl or a boy, and you see that child behaving in a particular way, try to follow up and find out whether it is normal. We have it in our communities where they will tell somebody that, they will even call somebody that, call the name and say Namata. Let's say Ladi Namata. It's a boy. But they say the person is for women. This is a boy, you say the person is a woman. So the person turns and you realize that they are walking, they are talking, their attitude, their looks, behavior, they try to go with women. And some of them go with men. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the makers of the statement, but in order that we stop it so that other generations do not come to add to it, let us look at it in detail and make sure that we stop it. Stop this boys. You go and see they say boys. The girls, they are also there. All these things, we must try and then discourage it. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and I hope that the makers of the statements would ensure that we follow up and get the legal standing, which will help us while we are conscious of these laws that they say we cannot stop people from talking, we cannot stop people from associating and what have you, then we will see our way through. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We are left with only one contributor, and that is for Nkoko soon.
Soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Please, we've gone beyond the number. Minority, we've already had 5 contributors. Instead of 4, we've already had 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the makers of this statement. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said, and I just want to add something small. This practice, our country's jurisprudence frowns on it. All of us here, we are against it. Mr. Speaker, can you just imagine what is going to happen when all women decide to engage in lesbian acts and all men decide to engage in gayism? Mr. Speaker, I can tell and I can bet you that we are going to terminate human race. We will terminate human race if all women engage in lesbian acts and men decide to engage in gayism. It is an act and a practice that is un-Ghanaian. And all of us indeed have spoken against it. Mr. Speaker, if I look around, I see that there is no mask. Everybody here is wearing nose masks. Why? Why, Mr. Speaker? It is so simply because we are fighting against COVID-19. COVID-19 is an enemy. And LGBT is a senior enemy. And therefore, let us all rise up and come together as we are doing to fight against. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you for being snappy. I'll give the last shot to Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very snappy, just as my colleague did. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the contribution of members, and let me commend all the members that have made efforts to come together to put out this statement. I mean, this statement has been in this House time and time again. Almost every parliament, you will get this statement coming. It came to a point that almost every session, we are getting these statements coming. And one of my biggest worries is that as a country, we are not taking a firm step to revise the law and make the law beyond reasonable doubt and clearly stated. We've always left it to, oh, if you take it to court, you cannot even prosecute. I want to urge the government. I heard the president clearly when he said that this will never happen in his under his watch, or he as president, to paraphrase. Let him walk the talk. Let him introduce a law in the House that will clearly state this beyond reasonable doubt, so that people will know that we cannot tolerate. You see, life is not just about rights. If you talk about the rights, that is why when United Nations was defining the human rights actions and 8 actions that they believe affects human rights, this activity was not inclusive. That is the United Nations, the whole world came together to say that this cannot be a human rights issue. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very simple. If it is natural, then we must see it in animals. Let's see dogs also practicing same sex. Let's see cats also doing same. Let's see fish doing it. Let's see other creations. Then I will now say that, oh, God in his own wisdom in doing it has put some percentage of all the creation and turned them into what these same sex advocates are advocating for. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very clear as a Muslim that 1 billion Muslims around the world we are very, very, very clear, because in the Holy Quran, God said, and as for the two of you men who are guilty of lewdness, punish them both. And if they repent and improve, then let Allah have mercy on them. That's Quran 4:16. Mr. Speaker, in most school of thought, in Islam they call it Sharia. You hear people say Sharia law. Sharia means law. In short, the school of thought have come to a conclusion that they needed to be treated like adulterers. And where Sharia is practiced fully, adulterers are punished by death. So you see that in most Islamic countries, when you are found in activities of same sex, and you are found guilty, you lose your life. So, Speaker, I overheard some of my colleagues, prominently the Honorable Mama Yaga, saying that yes, it's illegal, he doesn't support it, but his advocacy is a human rights issue. The United Nations says it's not a human right. It's not a human rights issue. The European Union, where I may say in Europe, they have the most number of countries that have legalized it. Even the European Human Rights Court says that it's not a human rights issue. You cannot have a right to promulgate or to promote an illegality. The Speaker, if we are in our country now and then Cocaine Sniffers Association form and say that, oh, we are not sniffing, but all we do is that we are an association that advocates the sniffing of cocaine. Will we say that that's a human rights issue? Because they are an association to promote an illegality. In that much the same way, if armed robbers or highway armed robbers form an association and say that, oh, half of them, they are not the highway armed robbers, but they are association that promotes highway robbery. Are we going to say that, oh, this is a human rights issue? They are all advocating for the legalization of highway robbery. Since now it's illegal, they are only forming the canvas that as a country we should put it in our laws that after highway robbery, it can be legalized. So that you can rob people on the highway, kill them, collect their property. So that association is a human rights association, it's a human rights matter. You cannot have an association that promotes an illegality. And the Speaker, let's call spade. This is Africa. This is Africa. If you go to Europe and you dare talk about polygamy, like myself if I were a European, I come to Africa to practice my polygamy. Because in their environment, it's purely an abomination. But in Africa, and I say to people, from the north to south, from east to west, there's not a single quarter in Africa that is not polygamous. And we are happy being polygamous. But when you go and become a British, even if you are an African or a Ghanaian, the moment you become a British, you cannot do it. And once you are there, you accept it. So why is it that when a Ghanaian becomes a British, he will accept that as a Europe or Britain, you cannot do polygamy. But when they come to Africa, they say, oh, no. After same sex, legalize it. Why? Polygamy, no. We will eat grass than to legalize that. That's the headline. We will better eat grass than to legalize it because you give us aid. After all, with the greatest of respect, so even to cut tie with us, I'm sure it will force us to think and be able to develop our resources. And this is proven because after the Second World War, we all saw Japan. It came to a point they were walking barefooted because the war had cut them off. When they were challenged, today, most of the biggest automobile companies are all Japanese companies. Let them cut all their aid. They can close all their embassies and go. When we are pushed to the wall, it will force us to think and be able to turn our resources better and keep our culture of our society. So that will be a better people. They must learn to know that if every male and female decide to be same sex, they will be ending procreation. What do you call it? Procreation.
Procreation, yes.
They'll be ending procreation.
There will be no genealogy.
There will be there will not be even generations.
Yes.
Because you end life.
There's no genealogy.
Check the SDG.
SDGs goals, yes.
The SDG goals. Talking about promotion of human life. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, even intergenerational equity. Intergenerational equity. If everybody, myself and Patrick Buama, will choose that we will not marry. This is what we will do.
Civil union.
And then we will now say, Dr. Mabu, he should give that, so who can adopt? What kind of madness is that?
Yeah, they like to adopt children.
You want to adopt children. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, the sad thing is that they lure people, and in their old age, the complications, the challenges, they hide that one. They don't let anybody see.
No, they die.
They become a problem of society. Please, if you want to be a lesbian, homosexual, what have you, Europe, they accept it. Do it and stay there. And then the Europeans who want to practice polygamy, you can come to Africa because that's where we also accept you. But you cannot force us to exchange culture simply because you accept it. We can't.
Or visa.
Our religions, we are either a Christian, a Muslim, or African traditional belief. All of them don't accept. Our way of life does not support it. Why do you want to force it down our throat? I want to urge the government, and probably now that we have a path to private members bill, maybe Patrick Brown, you and I should sponsor a bill to come and amend what is in our criminal code to state it beyond reasonable doubt, so that we'll end this matter once and for all. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to have contributed.
Thank you very much. Majority Chief Whip, do you want to also have a bite? Okay.
Speaker, I don't intend to repeat most of the things that my colleagues have spoken to. I intend to be brief. I heard and I listened to my colleague, the Honorable Muntakar, when he started from the point of right. And if you look at the history of the UN Charter, the Bill of Rights, and you put it in proper context, the times and the motivation led to world leaders to promulgate and to advocate for those rights, the situation are not the same today. So I hear my colleague, Rabo Muhammad Yariga, trying to look at the right to advocate for beliefs and beliefs that people hold. But to advocate for beliefs that is frowned upon by our law is service of illegality, in my view. So we should not be looking at middle grounds just to find a subtle way of going about it, either to support it or to justify it. Look at our Constitution, sources of law, Article 11. Customary laws form parts of our laws as a country, and that cannot be glossed over. I am saying that the national anthem, if you read the national anthem carefully, if you read pledges that we were reading at school, even oath of officers, there is always a recognition of the supreme being. Now, I don't intend to preach the house. I think the Honorable Moses has done a good work with that. There is always a consideration for morality and godliness, and that cannot be lost on us as a nation. It cannot be lost on us as a nation. We recognize that there are other parts of the world when this thing is recognized, it's being practiced, it's being preached, even to their kids. But it should not happen in our parts of the world. And I couldn't have agreed more with the Honorable Muntaka, who emphasizes the point that we are in Africa. And so we think like Africans and we behave like Africans. Now, I'm sure the mere talks of considering application of this in Ghana itself will cause our torchbearers to shake in their graves. Our torchbearers who found this nation were strongly against such practices. It's amazing. I would have thought that with the advent of civilization, we will rather be departing from this. I'm surprised it's rather becoming a topic for us to discuss. So I'm against it. True and true, I'm against it. And I'm sure we on the majority side, we are. There's no need to play politics with it. And to that extent, I want to commend the joint statement and the fact that the statement came from both sides of the House. And that will send a signal out there to the public that indeed it's not about one side of the House issuing a statement or reading a statement. Both sides came together, decided, and came to an agreement and issued the statement. Speaker, I'm told that there are health implications. When a man goes out there to have sex with a fellow man, there are health implications. And there are scientific publications that prove to this. So why would we even think about doing this? So it's something that we shouldn't consider at all. But come to think of it, when I heard my colleagues make reference to the Criminal Act, and they make reference to sexual and the likes, putting matters in context and also holding the view that there is no clarity in that law, then it behoves on us. Now that we have the private members bill, it behoves on us to do the needful. We should push for the necessary amendment to make the law clear, to make the law biting enough. But I'm also against any attempt to perpetrate violence on anybody who believes in such beliefs. And the Honorable Suhini could not have said it better. Even criminals, when they are caught in the act, their rights are respected and they are prosecuted according to law. I do not know a country like Kenya where I'm told most of their provisions in their constitution has been tested in the law court. And my colleagues, lawyers are here. I don't know how often the Section 104 of the Criminal Act has been tested in our law court. And then appreciating the variations and the limitations of, for want of a better word, the lacuna that exists in the law, which will inform us the need for us to get it couched in the manner that will deal with the dictates of time. I don't know how long we crafted the Criminal Act, and I'm sure with the passage of time, it has become important that we review it, revisit it, and make it more effective. Speaker, as I earlier intimated, I don't intend to belabor the point, but there is also a possibility of this act facilitating incest in our country.
Yeah, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think sections 1042 of Act 29, there's no ambiguity in that law. It says unnatural carnal knowledge is defined as across with a person in an unnatural manner or with an animal. So there's no ambiguity in the law. Thank you. Which requires any reforms or further amendment. Thank you. Honorable Yabona, I'm grateful for guiding the House. Speaker, we are grateful. So, but I think that
a certain awareness needs to be staged. And if I talk about awareness, I'm talking about we talking to the matter. We cannot pretend it's not happening. And we cannot pretend. In the quiet movement, people, one way or the other, are engaging, are pushing a crusade. So we need to come out frontally and speak to our kids about it. The law that we have in our country, the fact that our customary law is almost against it. Our cultural traits and our identity as a country is entirely against this phenomenon. I think that if we are able to prosecute the crusade, the people who are hiding behind certain synonyms and names will be smoked out. Yeah, euphemisms and the likes, they'll be smoked out. This is our mother's land. We are proud of our identity as a country, and we will not kowtow to anybody, wherever the person finds him or herself, to any dictates coming from wherever in the world. We are proud Africans, and we will hold safe our identity, and we will talk to our kids about this. It's something that we are proud of, and we'll continue to talk about it. Let the UN pride itself about the Bill of Rights. And if you look at our Constitution, the rights of individuals flow from the Bill of Rights. We also, in the wisdom of the framers of our Constitution, have captured the need for customary law of our country to be respected. I'm very excited that this matter has come up, and let the story be told that the Parliament, the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, has spoken frontally against this practice. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, I have with me another statement that stands in the name of a member for Okaikwe South, Honorable Dakunwa Newman, on International Women's Day, which falls on Monday, 8th of March. And we want him to also read a statement on that effect. Honorable, you have the floor.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make my maiden statement on the celebration of International Women's Day, a day set aside by the United Nations to celebrate women across the globe. Following the adoption of a resolution by the United Nations General Assembly in 1977, basically to celebrate women's rights and international peace, the International Women's Day is a day that the globe, including Ghana, celebrates the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. Observed every year on the 8th of March, the International Women's Day is one of the most important days of the year to celebrate women's achievements, raise awareness about women's equality, lobby for accelerated gender parity, and fight for female-focused charities. Mr. Speaker, it's a day used to call to action for accelerating gender parity and women economic empowerment. Following tradition, a theme is chosen each year to commemorate the day, and it's observed throughout the year. The theme for this year is challenge. The theme challenges all of us to choose to make the changes needed to achieve gender equality. Mr. Speaker, Ghana was one of the early countries to embrace gender equality. In 1960, the government of Ghana enacted an Affirmative Action Act, which paved way for 10 women to enter the first National Assembly when Ghana became a republic. Ghana has also signed international and regional treaties and frameworks aimed at increasing the role of women in national development. The Akufo-Addo government continues to ensure that gender concerns are at the heart of national development plans. The government also encourages the private sector to be responsive to gender matters. Mr. Speaker, despite our successes chalked, we all still have a lot more to do in bridging the gender inequality gap. Collectively, Parliament needs to repeal laws that discriminate against women and girls, enact laws to stop violence against women and girls, gap in girls' education, provide access to sexual and reproductive health services and rights for women, and most importantly, to eradicate the gender pay gap, empower women, promotes inclusive economic growth. It improves infant and child health, enhances women's skills as well as mothers, as it opens up opportunities for women's economic and political engagement. Mr. Speaker, despite some progress, women have not fully benefited from economic opportunities as women continue to consistently trail men in formal labor force participation, access to credit, entrepreneurship rates, income levels, inheritance and ownership rights. Moreover, depriving women from economic opportunities is not smart economics. This is because inadequate investments in women limit development, slow down poverty reduction, and economic growth. Generally reinvest higher portions of their earnings in their families and communities than men, spreading wealth beyond themselves. While countries with greater gender equality tend to have lower poverty rates. A 2015 report by McKinsey Global Institute observes that if women and men played an identical role in labor markets, $28 trillion would be added to the global economy by 2025. But if we choose the current rate of women empowerment, then it will take about 220 years to close the gender gap. The world, including Ghana, should not wait this long. Decisive and accelerated actions are needed immediately. Mr. Speaker, gender equality is not only about the economic empowerment of women. It is also about women's rights. Let us not forget that in 1993 in Vienna, the World Conference on Human Rights declared that women's rights is human rights. It is surprising that this statement had to be made at all, when a fundamental principle of the United Nations Charter, adopted by world leaders in 1945, is for equal rights of men and women. Yet we all applauded and recognized the Vienna Conference as a bold step forward for the recognition of a rightful claim of one half of humanity in identifying neglect of women's rights as a human rights violation and in drawing attention to the relationship between gender and human rights violations. Mr. Speaker, today, despite all the lofty international frameworks, including the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Beijing Platform for Action, as well as the Africa Union Protocols on Gender, among others, women around the world continue to experience discrimination. Mr. Speaker, as a young woman, let me use the remainder of my time to focus on youth and the demographic dividend, which is linked to women empowerment. It's extremely important that Ghana fully exploits the demographic transition because of the potential economic and societal benefits. Mr. Speaker, Ghana need not wait for the demographic transition to act. We are all troubled by the high rate of youth unemployment in Ghana. According to the World Bank, African youth accounts for 60% of unemployed in Africa. Young African women are even worse off in the labor market as they face many barriers. Over the long term, there are opportunities for Ghana to institute policies to address some of the more critical constraints to employment. Mr. Speaker, going forward, we must all do more for the youth, specifically young women. We need to invest more in education, particularly secondary and tertiary education, and more importantly, in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to support innovations needed in the workforce. We must also create an enabling environment to allow for the participation of the private sector in the creation of decent and high-quality jobs. Mr. Speaker, I'll close with a call to Parliament and the executive branch to encourage the private sector, traditional leaders, civil society, and faith groups to all work together to level the playing field for women. The cost of doing nothing is too high for Ghana to bear. I am optimistic that eliminating gender bias at all corners of our country is possible. When the private sector makes central to their business strategies, growth and equality can be mutually enforcing to leave no one behind. I'm confident that it will not be very long before the proportion of women in this august chamber be no less than 50%. The achievement of such a target will light up the golden heart of Mrs. Susanna Alfasen as she turns in her grave happier, as we are on course to realize the dream she started in 1960. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, for becoming the first female African to lead the organization, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and many more, not forgetting the beautiful Rebecca Akufo-Addo for her contribution in health development in Ghana. Let us continue to write, inspire, and tell the stories of countless ordinary Ghanaian women who work hard every day to lift all of us up and push us to attain our highest ideals. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your kind attention and for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Okujoto Abrakwai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for finally giving me the opportunity to contribute, and I'm glad that I found favor when it was time to be amongst the fairer sex to celebrate International Women's Day. My daughter will be very proud when she looks back, and she's a lot more older, and she sees how committed I am to the gender movement, as I have always been. I wish to commend, Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement, my very good friend, the Honorable Dokia, whose father was a great Odadie and one of these council stalwarts. And I have not had the opportunity to place on record that the good Lord should grant him eternal rest and a peaceful and happier one at that. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the maker of the statement wouldn't mind, I would want to just correct for the records who have begun her rendition from the 1960s. But before the Honorable Al-Hassan of the 1960s was the first female member of an African Legislative Assembly in any African country. And that is the Honorable Mabel Dove Dankwa. She is the first female to be elected as a member of a legislative assembly. This was in the then Gold Coast, must have been in 1952, just before Ghana attained independence. Mabel Dove Dankwa was earlier married to the founder of your political tradition, divorced him. The interesting thing about her story is that she's so strong and liberal that she was not shy at all to campaign on the CPP ticket, the fiercest rivals of her husband's party. So there's a lesson there about political tolerance and about not allowing strictures. People, even up to now, get surprised when they see, like in this parliament, the 8th parliament, you have brothers who belong to both sides. I think it's beautiful. The likes of Mabel Dove Dankwa raise the thrill. You can be married to somebody in another tradition, and it should not stop you from espousing your own political ideology. So Mabel Dove Dankwa must go on the records as one who really opened the doors so far as African female legislators are concerned. But we must acknowledge that since we set that record with Mabel Dovdankwa, when I say we, I mean our country, has been lagging behind. You've had many other countries in Africa who even now have a majority of females in their legislative assemblies, like Rwanda has. Beyond the legislature, you have countries that have now attained gender equality in cabinet. Ethiopia has achieved that. Gender equality in cabinet. So if there are 15 male cabinet ministers, there are 15 female cabinet ministers. South Africa has achieved that. Rwanda has achieved that. Ghana is nowhere near that. We are still marking time. And you notice that when cabinet is being formed, it's quite tokenistic still. So you have a gender minister, and then sometimes we'll see if we can look for tourism and maybe another soft fisheries, and then we say we are committed at the gender movement. That is not it. If you look at what Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed did in Ethiopia, solid ministries, defense, the interior, national security, the Speaker of their parliament. There you see real commitment. But we are still marking time, and we have to be honest. On a day like this, we must be honest that despite the fact that our women have shown that they have earned the right, they are competent, and study upon study has shown that when women are in leadership positions, they excel. They are not as prone to corruption as their male counterparts. A lot of scientific studies have confirmed that if we put more women in office, we will be reducing corruption. We will be increasing empathy. Women know how to juggle. Just look at the typical African woman. Is a worker, and who is the same person who gets home early before everybody to make sure that the children are taken care of, that husbands will return even when we do the same kind of job, that there will be food at home before we return. They are homemakers at the same time, and then they are soaring higher in their professional chosen careers. I mean, I get amazed what the average woman does, and especially the African woman who, because of customs and traditions and all of that, I mean, we expect that they would always themselves, at least most days in the week, be able to go to the kitchen and cook and all of that. They are able to combine all of this, and yet they excel at what they do. So on this day, we must be honest to admit that since the days of Mabel Dovdankwa, we have not done much to encourage more women to come into our politics. The stereotypical barriers that women face still exist. If women are coming into politics, then somebody must be sponsoring them. And who that sponsor is not the godfather or normal donor, as if it was a male, we will say it is. All kinds of negative connotations. Who is behind and all of that. We cast aspersions, all kinds of insinuations. And so they are held back. And sometimes the vile attacks. There have been campaigns in this country that I cannot put on record. What is said about female opponents. It will appear that if you are campaigning and you are a man and not married or not having a partner at the moment, it is even celebrated, and probably they say that, oh, then, you should get more female votes, that you are available and all of that. But if it's the other way around, it becomes a negativity, and it is used to lash at women. So on a day like this, we should also reflect about some of the things we have done that keeps our women out leadership. And you see the statistics, 275 members of parliament at the moment, and I don't think we exceed 40 female MPs. It is really a sorry state, and we must admit that. It is time for affirmative action. I think that the two leading political parties, and I've made this point before, safe seats can be reserved for a start, so that the safe seat, a quota, let it be an all-female contest, so that for a start, I hear screams of North Tone. I'm not going to be member of parliament from North Tone forever. I have said that I wouldn't mind handing over to a female successor at all. I wouldn't mind at all. I mean, anytime a female competitor shows up, I mean, why not? You know, it is important to call on the leading political parties to consciously use affirmative action, as Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah did in the 1960s. As I wind up, Mr. Speaker, it is also important to emphasize that there are still many institutional and cultural barriers militating against the progress of women. We must frown on them. We must rededicate our efforts to bring down all those barriers. There is no inferior sex. All females should be allowed to aspire to the highest of their potential, so that when in a family there are boys and girls, the boys should be given all the opportunity to go to school, but then the females can stay at home. All of those things must be fought and defeated. There should be a lot more role models who should be out there, who should encourage young girls to aspire to greatness, like the Honorable Dokia in the House, the Honorable Zaneto Rollins, the Honorable Reverend Helen Toso, the Honorable Haji Aladi, and the Honorable Teresa Wuni, the Honorable Jifa Gomashi, and all the many dynamic, hard-working, and amazing women that we have in this house. We wish we could have had more. So, on this day, let us encourage our women, and let International Women's Day lead to even more greatness. And before I sit, I will be remiss if I do not salute the courage of my ever dear and loving boss, Professor Nana Jenopoko Ajiman, who was Minister of Education. I served as a deputy, and who had the courage to make history as the first female running mate of a major political party. And she distinguished herself in the 2020 elections. I salute President Mahama for the courage and the awesome political will to select, contrary to speculations and the naysayers and pessimists and skeptics. She was able to campaign the length and breadth of this country. She introduced freshness, decent politics, no personal attacks or insults, which is the kind of politics we need, the politics of issues, which even buttresses the point I made earlier, that there is more to gain when women get involved and are at the high pedestal in our politics, and indeed all the professional fields of endeavor. So, timely statement, well made, well read, and let our young girls be inspired, and let us all get in the way, their dreams, their hopes and aspirations. As young men and as men, we should be heroes. We should be supporting women to aspire and to get to the best of their potential and their capacity. Let it not be said that we got in the way, or we perhaps took advantage of the vulnerable ones. We should rather be supporting them and encouraging them to greatness. So thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Which constituency?
Walwale constituency. I'm Abudullah Ribazuira. Thank you for this opportunity. And I would like to support my colleague for this wonderful presentation. I think today marks another beginning in the lives of women, and I would say in these chambers, because women go through a lot of problems, challenges, as the team quoted. Choose challenges. I want to use myself as an example when I was vying to become an MP and legislator of this house. I think I went through a lot of problems as a woman. And I was happy when Honorable Ablakwa made mention of we should support a lot of women to attain their goals. And I'm happy that coming from his constituency, where he's coming from, is a safe seat for NDC. And I would like to encourage, if we can set the laws where we can get a lot of women in the safe seats, I think if we get 50 here, 50 there, we'll end up having 100 women in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is heartwarming to know that today day marks a very remembered day in our life. Women like Honorable Adjournment, they celebrated this day. She said, be bold, that women should be bold. We should stand out. We should fight for our rights. Women should be confident in whatever they want to do. Women should try, to always try. We should try to do something, especially when it comes in decision-making process. Even in our assembly level, if you go there, women are being appointed, not they don't run for elections. Why is it so? Mr. Speaker, they don't because of stigmatization by men, like Honorable Ablakwa said that you are not married. That's one. Your husband doesn't support you. And I want to encourage all women that we should try and help the young ones coming. We should serve as role model. Help the young ones, tell them the story that you have faced and you fought the. I think if we start telling the story to the young ones, they will also follow suit. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that today marks another beginning in the lives of women. I want to stand here and honor Honorable Hawa Yakubu, one strong individual woman who fought, especially a northern woman coming from the north, especially where I'm coming from as a northerner. If you look at us in this, we are only 3 or 4 coming from the northern region. In fact, I always wonder. So, any northern woman who is in this, I celebrate you today because I know you have fought a very big battle. You know, you fought culturally, religiously, and whatnot. So we are all here. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that today you have given women the opportunity to air their problems, discrimination against women, especially where I'm coming from, where a lot of women are being labeled as witches. You know, it's something that my heart breaks when I think of it. I have visited the place, and when you go there, in fact, as a woman, you have to rethink. And I want to urge all women here to support us to fight that canker. Some of this labeling that are given to women, to me, is menopausal syndromes. Most of the women, they don't understand the menopause stages that they get to. So certain hormones are being changed in your system, so you behave in a way that your husband doesn't understand, the relation of your husband doesn't understand, so they term you are a witch. A child sleeps in the night and then cry that he has seen Ajay Lariba in dream, then you are labeled as a witch and they will take you there. And I think that it's time that we should look at it, even if actually it's there. And then they say there's spiritual compulsion for you to take. After taking it, I know you are no more a witch, so you should send back to your community to be integrated, because it's not a good place to keep somebody's mother, somebody's sister, somebody's wife there because she has been labeled as a witch. And I think we have to get some stringent laws where a woman can go and report if she's been labeled as a witch, and the law would fight for her rights. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to associate myself to the maker of this statement. And thank you, and thank all women in this house. And then I feel our men should sell and then give us some gifts. Honorable Ablaka, when you go home, try to give your wife a gift because she stands tall in your life. Thank you so much.
Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let us acknowledge the maker of the statement. Today I celebrate my mother, Margot Nawani. I celebrate my wife, Patience Nawani. I celebrate all mothers. I celebrate all women, my sisters, and everybody. Rousseau, a 16th century philosopher, said that the woman's world is her home, her husband, and her children. We do not find it right when she presses so much into the world of man. I think if he was to wake up today in this century and see what women have been able to attain, I believe that he will acknowledge the mistake that he made in the 16th century. Mr. Speaker, if you look at all the bars that women have to clear, they've practically been able to do all of them. Valentina Tereshkova of Russia has been able to go to space like all other men do. And if you think of leading governments in this world, you can talk of Germany, you can talk of our own Liberia. They are all women. And in the Scandinavian countries, they've even been able to achieve majority of leadership of people in government being women. Now come to our own Ghana here. Our governments have not been left behind. I think the Honorable Betty Modudusu was an Attorney General, first woman. We have Mrs. Ado, the first woman speaker in Ghana, appointed from the NDC side. And we've been able to also get a woman to even be a running mate to a major political party. There have been other women in various sectors, the vice chancellors. Now we have a woman vice chancellor at KNUST, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We have a lot of women penetrating into various areas. Look at the graduation, when students graduate from the universities, and you will see that among the award-winning students, majority of them are women. But Mr. Speaker, while celebrating women in this country, let us not forget that some of them still go through. I'm referring to the phenomenon of Kaye, where they go to carry goods to be paid. Up to now, even though a lot of governments have come and gone with promises here and there to build their hostels, etc., and take good care of them, we still have the same situation where they sleep outside, just like any other animal will do or will behave. Then comes the democracy, even though it has gone down, we still have remnants of it in the system. What about the Gambaga witch camp? I don't know. We can't start to let it go. Then we might have to also establish a wizard camp. Then we will say that it is equality. But we don't have any wizard camp. What we have is all women who, when they get to a certain age and they don't have proper care, are accused of being witches and sent to these camps. This is a fight that we have to remember to spearhead as members of parliament if we need to be making any headway towards the total celebration of all women. Mr. Speaker, whilst calling on the government and all of us to put special measures that will enable our women to also gain economic independence. Then the need for economic independence for our women, most of the things that is occurring against women is because they are not economically independent. If we can get the women, the manslaughter is working, but it is simply inadequate. It appears to be a gift more than a loan. If we can put measures down to ensure the economic emancipation of women in this our society, I think we have made a we have gone a long way to ensure that women are lifted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm done.
We give each side one more, and I'm glad to give the floor to Honorable Member for Infantimai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I first want to commend my sister for bringing this into the limelight for us all to embrace and celebrate women on this special day. I also thank all the honorable members, especially Honorable Ablakwa, for embracing affirmative action and calling on all to support women. Mr. Speaker, women have contributed in diverse ways in ensuring development politically, socially, economic. Mr. Speaker, politically, We now see women in peacekeeping, a duty which was solely the preserved for men. Mr. Speaker, women have also climbed the ladder politically, and on this day, we honor Her Excellency Johnson Sirleaf, the first female president of Sierra Leone. I also take this opportunity to commend Mrs. Robinson, the first female IGP. Mr. Speaker, though women are being opposed in climbing or in competing with our male counterparts, women are still struggling to bridge the gap with our male counterparts. And on this day, as we celebrate women, I wish to bring to the attention of all that we all come together as one and raise our voice against any practices that prevent women from ascending the ladder high. Mr. Speaker, for the constraints of time, I didn't say much, but I'll dwell on the theme for this year, which says, choose to challenge. I therefore congratulate all women on this day and admonish all to choose to challenge as a challenge world is an alert world, and from changes comes change. I therefore congratulate all women and admonish us all to choose to challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, do you want to contribute? Okay, then make your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day is a Women's Day, even though we have a dedicated date of 8th March of every year in which we celebrate our women. But in my personal view, from dawn till dusk, women labor, work hard, balance, multitask. We have a whole semblance of activities that we have to undertake each and every single day. So women must be celebrated every day. Informal jobs, those who work in the informal sector, in every sphere of influence, they have something to do. I come from a family of 4 sisters, and I have 2 daughters. So I have women on my radar and my antenna all the time. I've learned to be supportive, but not to be a pushover, to encourage women to be strong, but to show their softer and more human side. Because at the end of the day, we have that, and we show that a lot. Sometimes all we women need is an opportunity. That one window, that one chance to take up that challenge, and we're able to show our worth. In this house today, there are about 40 of us. Years time, there may be more. But it has to be a conscious effort of working together. The theme of Choose to Challenge, Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in the COVID-19 World, demonstrates in different spheres of our lives. In the health sector, here we are with masks, wearing masks and hiding half of our faces. And it's the same woman who has to look at the diet of the family and also make sure that the children are protected, the children and the husbands are protected. And we all are always cautioning on how to take precautions. In this same COVID-19 world, there are challenges in the extent of IT-enabled education, where e-learning has now become the new normal. Previously, it was all paperwork. In culture, our values under this COVID-19 world have also changed, and we are all struggling to adapt with what is called the new normal. Under economic sectors, farmers, fishmongers, traders, businesswomen, breadwinners of families, secretaries, teachers, nurses, and all the other professions that tend to embrace a lot of women are all having to respond to this to achieve an equal future in the COVID-19 world. I salute women like Regina of Sronko Academy, who in this COVID-19 era has been a beacon of light in helping young girls code and teaching them for free and holding such classes. And it is we just realized that there's much more we have to do in the space for the girl child and for young women. And also, as women leaders, we cannot leave our young girls hanging. We have to hold their hand and mentor them. So I challenge every woman here, and I challenge every man, because you either have a wife, a mother, a girlfriend, an aunt, a sister, a cousin. This weekend, think about what programs you have for girls and women, and then use the rest of March to activate it. But just remember that every day is a Women's Day. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, just be snappy to conclude.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and for this special opportunity to contribute on Women's Day. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of all members have said today. But Mr. Speaker, I do believe that first and foremost, women do not need affirmative action to climb the ladder and succeed. There might be issues and barriers somewhere else, but women do not need affirmative action to succeed. Mr. Speaker, when Yasatwa decided to go to war, he was not given an affirmative action to take that decision. She took it and she won objectively, because the golden stool was never taken away from Ashanti. Mr. Speaker, leadership is everywhere. So whether he was a queen mother or not, other women had preceded her who had taken decision. She was not supposed to have declared war. Declared war because she knew what she was going to achieve was more important than anything else. Mr. Speaker, if we don't concentrate on that arena, we'll be giving our girls, our women, the space to continue to give excuses why they are not going up. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, when I got the opportunity to be vetted and I was asked to add the extra thing, I mentioned my grandmother's name. She was a woman who always believed that there is power in small things. Mr. Speaker, our mothers take care of us, both the boys and the girls. They are always in charge of the younger ones in our formative years. When our women know that they don't need an affirmative action to re-socialize our boys and girls, Mr. Speaker, all the men will grow up to respect women, and all women will grow up to appreciate that what the boys can do, they can also do better. Mr. Speaker, when the statement was being read, and one of the reasons why I rushed down in here was that the maker of the statement was clear when she said, moreover, depriving women from economic opportunities is not smart economics. This is because inadequate investment in women limits slow down poverty reduction and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I agree. That is why in the days of President Kufuor, through the leadership of Mrs. Asma, women more were introduced to small loans. And I want to say that
women took decisions to pay back these loans, and consistently, when you give more money to women, they are able to pay back. That is not an affirmative action. They've taken a decision that when you give us the money, we'll work with it, make money, and pay it back. So I believe that there's so much inherent strength in women for them to succeed than allowing or giving space to give excuses. For instance, in this modern age, no woman can tell me that she had sex and she became pregnant unplanned. We can't be giving these excuses unless the person was raped. We should not be giving spaces for these things to happen. One other issue she had raised that I support solidly is when she said we must also create an enabling environment to allow for the participation of private sector in the creation of decent jobs and high-paying jobs. Mr. Speaker, this country is a country I've always said that the engine of growth is the private sector. Unfortunately, we continue to have a lot of even discussions in this house. About 99% is only about expenses. We are not talking about creativity. We are not talking about job growth. We are not talking about the production in our economy. And I believe that for her to raise this issue is clear because the situations that we have in this country is like a big elephant. One person in front of the elephant cannot see or solve all the problems all the way to the back. When you put another person at the back, you might also not be able to see through all the way to the front of the elephant. It is therefore very important that we encourage women to participate. Because if the population of this country is about 49-51 women and men, then we need all the strength, the energy, the productivity of all the 100% in the economic sphere of this country for us to grow the economy so that we can create a bigger soup and more of us can support and be able to enjoy in this country. On this note, Mr. Speaker, since you gave me a small piece of time, I would like to thank you very much for the maker of the statement that women, though, might need to be supported. I strongly believe that women do not need quotas to succeed because Yasantua and other women have shown the way without quotas or affirmative action. Thank you very much.
I thank all of you very sincerely. Leadership, any indication?
Speaker, I think that under the circumstance, we can adjourn accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, you gave the indication that after the last two contributors, you come to leadership, and then we'll leave the rest in your hands. And so Mr. Speaker, if I have your leave, then I can, on behalf of leadership from this side, add a few words so that the majority leadership also add a few words. Then we can bring this matter to a close. Then we can look at adjournment proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to... Very well.
Speaker, I will support my colleague for him to also... I see him itching and ready to speak. So maybe one on their side and one on our side to conclude.
Well, honorable leader, you can take your bite. But be snappy, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the last contributor when he says that women do not need special dispensation to thrive. They do. His own statistics shows that women ought to have thrived so moto. But there are cultural inhibitions. There are systemic inhibitions. That is why the UN itself found this day auspicious to allocate it for recognizing women globally. So, Mr. Speaker, when every year we go through this ritual of paying flowery homage to the express of women on the African continent, globally, it is for a purpose. It is to encourage the removal of cultural inhibitions, systemic inhibitions, administrative inhibitions, legislative inhibitions to the growth and blossoming of women. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Tanzania, there are legislative arrangements that ensures that women participation in their National Assembly is increased. How did they do it? By an enactment, certain legislative seats are allotted to the political participating parties to be allocated only to women. So a man cannot contest within the political party for those seats. And if you go to the mainland in Zanzibar, the island of Zanzibar, the station, the National Assembly, 50% is reserved for women. So there are women in the National Assembly in Tanzania who don't go through the rigors of political politicking to get elected. They are selected. And it shows the numbers in the National Assembly. It is something that we can replicate in this republic. Mr. Speaker, we visit them, we do interparliamentary visitations. These are some of the things we must learn. Or we must speak from them and bring hope. So it is not by sheer assurances that will bring those results. We have to do those things. We have to put them into enactment to bring them about. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we can pride ourselves for having given opportunity to rise to some of the lofty heights. My sister, the Honorable Member for Infancy Mine, was a very, very formidable police prosecutor when I was practicing about 10 years ago. Very formidable. You encounter her in court as a criminal defense attorney. It was tedious. But Mr. Speaker, today we are here. I'm here, she's here. But there were inhibitions. We have had CJs, Chief Justices appointed in 2 quick successions, females. But there were difficulties. She mentioned Mrs. Mills Robertson. I think she was an acting IGP. Yes, for some months. So I look forward to a day where we'll have a fully fledged female IGP, fully fledged female army commander, fully fledged female clerk to parliament, fully fledged female child of parliament. We look forward to those days. But Mr. Speaker, a year ago we were here and we paid the same flowery homage to women. Mr. Speaker, nothing happened after that. I want to propose that on days like this, we could institute Speaker's Prize and award best female candidates. Mr. Speaker, you see that the secondary schools are now admitting fresh ladies and gentlemen to their schools. We could select the brightest females and give them parliamentary recognition by way of Speaker's Prize. It's a way of motivating the younger minds to achieve lofty heights. Mr. Speaker, my brother paid homage to Professor Nana Akufo-Addo. The political space is so constricting to women. So is business. So is technology. So is the public service. There are horrendous stories of women that when they recount as to why their progress in workplaces have been stultified, to shock your conscience. Mr. Speaker, I cannot sit down without paying homage to my own mother, She had 4 sets of twins. Me and my twin brother are the last set. Through her fortitude, I am here as a lawyer. My twin brother is out there as a distinguished engineer. She did well. It takes a woman to do those things for her children. My own stepmother, Mrs. Patience Jamepe, of days ago, was a very, very hard-working woman. Her contribution to the growth of the EP Church is something we shall touch on another day. So, Mr. Speaker, all of us being here, we got here not by accident, by the deliberate actions of the women that we found in our lives, either as a mother or as a wife or as a supporting sister or in some form. Oh no, sisters. Sisters also help their brothers to grow. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying that next year by this time, there should be some form of parliamentary prizes for best, brightest female students in academia, as a way of encouraging blossoming of our young female students. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Are you available, leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me first of all commend the maker of the statement for allowing us to have the opportunity to celebrate women on this day. Indeed, I cannot afford not to make a comment on the statement about women, because, Mr. Speaker, myself, I would say I'm a beneficiary of the motherly kindness of a woman. My father died when I was 12 years, and my mother, Akwejiwa, she's the one who worked hard to take care of me and my sibling. And today, by the grace of God, I'm here as a member of parliament. And so whenever we talk about women, I think we all know that when men fail, you can be sure that women will keep on the fight and make sure that their children progress in life. And sometimes when we talk about women and celebrating women and asking for women's the rights to be recognized for the participation of women in our discourse, sometimes we seem to look at it as if we are doing women a favor. Indeed, we have a constitutional obligation not to discriminate against anyone, any person on the basis of gender. And so it's a constitutional injunction on us to act in a way that does not discriminate against women. And Mr. Speaker, let me just say 2 things from the statement. First of all, I draw inspiration to say that we need to progress in science, because in the science world, it's become a male-dominated area. When you go to schools, teachers sometimes put males in science classes against women, and women are discouraged, as it were, not to do science. Some parents even discourage their own girls from pursuing science, and they tell them plainly that this is a male, discipline. And so I would recommend to all members of parliament that we put our words to action by forming Girls for Science clubs in our constituencies, so that brilliant girls who have potential to be scientists are encouraged to form Girls for Science clubs. And then we can support them, give them mentors, look for women who are in science to be their mentors and to encourage them, so that in each constituency we can be sure that we have a certain number of women or girls who, grow to become scientists, so that we can bridge the gap between men and women in the field of science. Second thing I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, is about raising the consciousness of women themselves, not to see themselves as only good for marriage. In many you encounter girls and women, their aspiration is to get marriage, and they think that marriage is the end of their world. That when sometimes you see somebody and you ask him, what work does your sister do? And you say, oh, my sister, that she stays with her husband, as if marriage is a profession. We need to encourage women to be women of their own, empowered economically, to be able to stand with or without men. That level of consciousness we need to raise, so that women themselves will be active participants of economic life. And probably because women are more emotional than men, you see that when you come to even religion, women sometimes are notoriously religious, over-religious. You go to prayer camps when men are working. Most women are in some kind of pray for me camps. So it reinforces the economic difference, because whilst men will be working, these women will be somewhere else doing pray for me. And so we need to encourage women to be more active. And the last thing I want to say is about women themselves being enemies of their own. I have seen in my own work experience in the institutions that I've worked, that whenever you even want to promote a woman, the women themselves in the same institutions will be the ones who would want to pull that woman down. I have experienced that. And so I want to encourage Honorable Suhini knows that what I have seen it. So I am saying that women, as much as we want to encourage men and society to help promote women and emancipation and women's rights and help women to rise, women themselves have a duty to make sure that they themselves help each other, so that as for...
Honorable, hold on. Honorable member for Ketu South, what is it?
There's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Women are not their own enemies. When two men stop on the way when they're driving and they're fighting, we don't say enemies. So I hesitate to accept that stereotyping, and I protest that the honourable member will draw that statement, because we are not our own enemies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So I'll just...
Honourable member for Folukrum, take cue and conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I have taken cue. I know that men could be enemies of men, and I know that women can also be enemies of women. But in the context, it is Women's Day. And in the context of the discussion, I am only talking about women. And I'm saying that women should learn to promote themselves. So since I see 3 women who are not happy that women, I can see the wife of my good brother Ejari saying that women are not their own enemies. Mr. Speaker, if that is so, thanks and praise be to God. I thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. We've come to the end of the statements and the contributions. leadership? Any indications?
Speaker, I think now that we've exhausted the contributors and your good self, that was supposed to be the last statement, we can now adjourn accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I support the position from majority to keep that we adjourn the House.
Before the House is adjourned, please be reminded that tomorrow we are all invited to the Princes of the Parliament to come and take the jacks. So all members are invited tomorrow to be here to take the vaccinations.
Mr. Speaker, may we respectfully have an indication as to time? Your time, please, but just by way of reminder.
Yeah, the time is 10 a.m. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 9th March 2021 at 14 hours in the forenoon. It's 2 p.m. Tuesday, 2 p.m.